Hello everyone! Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. Once again, this is Dea Ong at andito po kasama po natin ang isa pang maglalaro mamaya sa Sharks 10 Ball Showdown. Sir Antonio Vice Lining. Bakit po Vice? Ba't Vice po yung alias nyo?
Tinawag akong Vice kasi nung araw may binuo kaming asosasyon. Siyempre may president, may vice president. Ako ang napili nilang
Vice President. Kaya mula ano naging Vice na? At dinala mo na dito.
Nakasanayan na ng mga player na tawagin ako sa ganong pangalan.
So yun po yung ano nyo, alias nyo na. Kumbaga talaga, ayan. Gusto po namin malaman, ano pong nag-motivate sa inyo para maglaro ng bilyar?
Nung araw kasi, yung mga kapatid ko, mahilig din talaga silang maglaro ng bilyar. Sa aming probinsya, parang sila yung pinakamagaling. Parang na-challenge lang ako na subukan ko rin. Tapos, bata pa ako noon, hindi pa naman itong bilyar ang nakakahiligan ko noon. Kumbaga, meron pa
may ibang sports
pa.
Okay.
Kaya, nung natuto na ako magbilyar, pinagsasabay ko na lang yung pumapasok ako sa eskwela, tapos at the same time, pagkatapos ng eskwela, bilyar naman ako. Ganun ang ginagawa ko.
Pero mas nag-stick ka na sa bilyar. Yung mga ibang sports, parang minsan na lang, gano'n.
Oo.
Ano po yung mga ibang sports na nakahiligan nyo po dati?
Dati mahilig din talaga ako sa basketball. Kulang lang tayo sa height. Kaya hindi na rin natin.
Bilyar na lang.
Bilyar na lang.
Yung bilyar ba may height requirement ba tayo? Walang height requirement, kaya pala. Biro lang. Ayan, ano pong ibang hobbies nyo pa po bukod sa paglalaro ng sports? Mahilig po ba kayo sa music or sa ibang bagay?
Music talaga. Madalas na nakikinig ako sa YouTube, yung mga magagaling at saka sa yung mga America's Got Talent, yung mga ganyan. Yung mga competition sa music, madalas pinapanood.
Mahilig po kayong kumanta?
Medyo rin.
Sample! Gusto nating marinig kasi mahilig daw siya sa music at kumakanta. Sir Antonio, gusto po namin marinig kung paano po yung hilig niyo sa music.
Ang madalas kantahin ko yung Lupang Hinirang kasi nung araw . Kaya madalas napapalakpakan naman ako.
Ay, oo nga. Pwede bang pumalakpak doon? Pwede. Ayan. Gusto po namin marinig yung version niyo po ng Lupang Hinirang. Tingnan po natin kung memorize niyo po yung lyrics. Ready na ba tayo?
Sa ngayon, hindi ko na masyadong yung lyrics.
Ayun, sa lyrics.
Sa sobrang tagal, nalilimutan ko na rin yung lyrics.
Yung last line na lang.
Ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Ay, ayun. At least narinig natin kahit isang linya lamang po, ano. Ayan po, gusto po naming malaman, ilang taon ka po unang naglaro ng bilyar?
Siguro 11 to 12 years old nung mag-umpisa ako.
Akala ko 11 to 12 years ago lang, no? 11 to 12 years old ka pa lang nung una kang Sino po nag-influence sa inyo?
Ay, yung mga kapatid ko na rin. Bale, pinagbabawalan nila ako noon, kaya lang patago ako naglalaro. Ganun na yung ginagawa ko madalas. Tapos napansin ko medyo parang madali kong natutunan yung laro. Kaya pinagpatuloy ko na.
Kailan po kayo nag-decide or ano pong naisip nyo, ba't kayo nakapag-desisyon na gawin ko to professionally yung paglalaro ng bilyar?
Wala naman sa planong nung araw kasi, nung lumuwas ako ng Maynila, marami ako nakikitang magagaling na player. So, ang ginagawa ko, china-challenge ko yung sarili ko, nilalaroan ko yung mga magagaling na player noon. Ako naman, pumapasok din ako dito sa Maynila noon. Pagkatapos ng klase, didiretso ako ng bilyaran kung saan may laro na mga kaunting pustahan, ganun. Ang talagang inaano ko, nilalaroan ko yung magagaling na hindi yung talagang mga
kasi mas natututo po kayo, in a way.
Mas marami kang matututunan kasi sa kanila kung sila i-challenge mo yung sarili mo. Laruan yung mga magagaling.
By the way, saan po kayo? Taga-saan po kayo pala? May probinsya po ba kayo or Metro Manila lamang?
Oriental, Mindoro ako.
Oriental, Mindoro. Puerto Galera, yung area na yun, tama po ba?
Malapit sa amin yun. Bale, pinanganak ako sa Pinamalayan, Oriental, Mindoro. Pero residing in Calapan, Oriental, Mindoro na.
Gusto ko lamang po malaman, kung hindi po kayo isang athlete, ano pong malamang na pinagkakaabalahan niyo or may dream job po ba kayo bukod
siguro,
sa pagbibilyan? Seaman. Nag-aral po ba kayo pagiging seaman?
Pero hindi ko na rin natapos siya dahil nga nung time na yon medyo magaling-galing na kasi ako maglaro ng, tsaka kumikita na rin kahit papaano. Parang yung secondary na, ang naging secondary pa, yung pagsisiman ko. Pero pumasok ako noon ng college.
Kasi sabi nga nila, do what you love, di ba?
Oo.
Oo. Kasi parang hindi mo mararamdaman na nagtatrabaho ka kung ginagawa mo or mahal mo naman. Oo. Pero po, sa pagbibilyar, talaga po bang naitaguyod mo yung pamilya mo at nakapag-ipon kayo dahil sa paglalaro?
Nakapag-ipon naman kasi way back 1990s, nung 90s. Madalas nasa abroad ako noon. Siguro 4 times a year akong pumupunta ng Japan. Nagtuturo ako sa mga amateur. Yung panahon yun, medyo maayos-ayos pambayad at saka bawat tinuturuan mo kasi marami sila kaya madali ang pagkita noon.
So, naging OFW kayo for a time. Tama po ba?
Parang gano'n na rin. No?
Pero marami po kayong nasalihang mga competition na locally and internationally?
Marami rin. Nung unang lumabas ako abroad, nag 1 year ako sa Germany. Ganon din ang nangyari. Nagtuturo rin ako kasi nung time na yon hindi pa masyado bang kukunti pa ang tournaments noon. Tsaka hindi pa masyadong kilala yung mga wala ka pang masyadong mga player na kakilala. At that time nang nasa Germany ako, parang may tinalo kasi ako yung pinakamagaling na ng buong Europe noon. Ay ang nangyari, parang dun sa buong Europe, nakilala ako. Di ang nangyari, hindi na ako nilalaruan ng pustahan ngayon. Kinuha naman nila ako as a coach. Kaya ang nangyari sa akin, puro bilyaran, walang competition, puro turo lang ng turo sa mga amateur. Ganun lang nangyari sa akin.
Pero maraming beses na po kayong nanalo sa mga competition.
Medyo marami-rami na rin.
Gusto ko pong malaman kasi alam po natin na halos lahat ng sports, di ba, merong betting or may money involved. Gusto ko pong malaman kung ano po ang pinaka-priority nyo? Yung money or yung title?
Siyempre, halos pareho rin eh. Siyempre, title, nauuna yung title. Lahat naman, halimbawang may title ka, kasunod na niyan yung pera na rin eh. Ganun naman ang talagang kinalalabasan.
Kasi kung masikat ka, mas bayad ka, 'di ba? Ganun din naman sa lahat ng 'di ba? Kung masikat ka na host, kung masikat ka na singer, mas malaki yung kinikita mo. Oo. So, para po sa inyo both po, Gusto po naming malaman yung pinakaunang moment na nanalo kayo. Medyo matagal-tagal na po ba 'yon?
Medyo matagal na. 1989 lumaro ako sa Japan noon. Ang kasama ko noon
First international.
Pero pa yung sa Germany, naglalaro ako ron pero hindi yun talagang
Competition.
top competition kasi nga German lang ang kalaban mo, mga German players lang, hindi yung buong hindi yung katulad nung sinalihan namin sa Japan, maraming mga sumasaling European, gano'n.
Parang worldwide kumbaga.
Oo. Maraming sumasaling mga taga-Europe, USA, ganyan.
Nirepresent niyo po ang Pilipinas nung time na yon.
Nung time na yon, 1989, magkakasama kami ni na Efren at saka itong si Parika, Jose Amang Parika.
Sino po ang pinaka iniidolo yung foreign na billiard player? Kasi ang dami nyo na pong na-meet.
Yung mga old players na iniidolo ko, isa na yung si Mike Siegel. Si Mike Siegel. Nakita ko siya maglaro kasi noon sa Europe. Sa Europe, siya ang nag-champion noon. Sabi ko, lahat kasi ng wala siyang weakness eh. Kasi lahat magaling siya sa pamato, tapos yung break niya magaling. Kompleto siya.
Kayo po ba malakas kayo mag-break? Sumargo?
Hindi naman kalakasan.
Sakto lang.
Tama lang.
Kailangan ba yung edge ba yun kumbaga sa isang player na malakas kang sumargo?
Bentahe sa malalakas bumrek yun. Kasi once na may nahulog na bola, parang ikaw na kasi ang magdadala ng laro eh. Nasa iyo lahat ng option eh. Pwede kang, alimbawang na coverman, may push, ganyan. Na open, pwede mo na siyang ubusin, gano'n. Kaya lamang pa rin yung malakas bumrek talaga.
Kayo po pag naglalaro, 'di ba, usually nape-pressure ka, kinakabahan. Meron po ba kayong technique kung paano, how do you calm yourself down while competing?
Siyempre pagka yung kinakabahan ka, napipil mo na dahil siguro ang nakakalaro mo isa sa magaling, ganun, kinokontrol naman natin yung pressure. Lalo na kung bata-bata ka pa, yung bata ka. Nakokontrol naman yan. Sa una lang, makikita mo, ninenervyos ka, pero pagka yung tumatagal na yung laro, unti-unting nagbabago yan, nawawala, na-a-adjust mo.
Alright, ayan po, there you have it ladies and gentlemen. Meron po ba kayong gustong sabihin sa mga makakalaro nyo po mamayang gabi? Pwede po tayo tumingin sa camera?
Yung mga kalaro natin dito, puro pawang mga kabataan. Siguro, mapapansin mo, ako na yata yung pinakamaedad dito.
Parang hindi naman po masyadong halata. Promise. Quiet lang sila, oh.
Good luck na lang sa lahat ng mga kapwa ko player na maglalaro ngayong gabi.
Alright, thank you so much. Once again po, Antonio Lining, the Vice.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Warmest greetings to the organizers and participants of the Philippine 10 Ball Open. The local government of Quezon City recognizes the value of engaging the youth of our communities in sports, as this teaches them important life values such as discipline, teamwork, and dedication. We also appreciate billiards as an inclusive sport where age or gender are not barriers towards success. We hope that this initiative may encourage more Filipinos to train for billiards, that they may add to our prestigious roster of world-class athletes. It is therefore with great pride that I welcome you all to the Philippine 10 Ball Open. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Hello, this is only the beginning of a great new adventure in Philippine food. In paving the way to our filing of a bill to support our Philippine billiards icon, especially the top of the list, Efren Bata Reyes. It is with great pride that we welcome you all to the first ever Philippine 10 Ball Open.
Good evening to all viewers out there. It's about 6 p.m. here in the Philippines, and right now it's the third day of this one-on-one matchup between Antonio Lining and Albert Espinola. The score is 50-43 in favor of Antonio. We'll be seeing this match be concluded tonight, only here at Sharks. This is brought to you by Bugsy Promotions and Hard Times Sports Bar. Let's meet the players right now at the table. It's going to be Antonio Lining, and we also have Albert Espinola. And let's start. Continuation.
Break.
And the final conclusion of this match between two finest pool players in the Philippines, professional players, Antonio Lining and Albert Espinola. Right now, he's going to be breaking. Nice break there. Brought to you by Ropa Commercial. The 6 has gotten in the way. Looks like it's going to be a challenge right now. Gonna try to push out. Again, good evening to all. Good evening to all. It's Aris Almario, Professor Freeze, here with you guys. In a short while, we'll be hearing from Cannon Dayrit. Well, push-out has been elected, and seems like Antonio is gonna be trying to make something out of this shot. Would you look at this? Would you look at this? What? Wow, what control. Sends the cue ball 3 rails. 4 rails, make that 4 behind the 3, creating maximum distance between the 1 and the white.
Extension.
Looks for a jump, wants to be behind something. Looks like he has gotten shelter from the 2. Nice. Nice result. Wow, look at this. Quite a safety battle. Safety battle, safety exchange coming from both players. Neither wants to give up a shot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lining up for an easy combination. This 1 and 9. Well, for some reason, that 9 ball just wouldn't go. Oh, well, was trying to avoid bumping that 9, getting into the 9. 9 ball just had to be in play for a number of times. Quite an opening rack. Really strange.
Extension.
Had to draw and, well, overdrew it by at least 1 foot. Now it's going to be a shot towards that side, I believe. Antonio leaning. Yes, pretty much going to be using just 1 rail. And might be going around the 9, but that's just a bit tougher. So he might be going maybe 3 or 4 rails using inside spin. Let us see. Just like this. Nice execution from the master, Antonio Lining Vice. No reason to force the cue ball off that side rail, just made sure the 8 went in, and now he has an easy shot on the 9. Well, there you have it. Antonio Lining now with 51. Okay, up next to break, that's Antonio Lining. It's an alternate break format, and so right now to break up next, Vice.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
So happening tomorrow is this matchup, tag team doubles matchup between Panday Jericho Banyaes teamed up with the Assassin James Lim versus the Cobra Jeffrey Ignacio and Rem Ephraim Cruz from Mandaluyong. Again, this is brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Saksi, and Hard Times Sports Bar. And here's our score. Currently leading by 8 points is Antonio Lining against Albert Espinola. Has been leading so far all throughout this matchup between these two guys. Antonio, he's breaking right now in a few moments.
Break!
Oh, not exactly the nicest way to start a break. Comes up nice with that break, makes the 1, but apparently he has scratched onto that side with no other object balls bumping it. Can't say that was unlucky. It's just an error coming from Antonio. Still, well, it looks like the 5 may go towards this corner pocket where he's going to take the red 3. So let's see how Espinola gets there. Could be using top right spin now. Unless, of course, the 5 and the 9 are fairly lined up. Looks like he's going for that. Oh, would you look at this? Oh my. Looks to be really close. And there you go. 5-9 combination. 44 for Mr. Espinola.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Okay, we are inviting and challenging you to play here at Sharks. For all those pool players interested, you get to play here. Well, first you'd have to undergo a screening that is normally held at Hard Times Sports Bar. For inquiries, text or call Mr. Alex Parker at 0916-466-4695. So, Sharks is about providing you broadcasting live matches of pool, both for amateurs and professionals. Here goes Albert Espinola.
Break.
And a nice break there. He needs the one to bounce. Doesn't look like he has a direct shot here to make the one. Looks to be going for a jump. Wow. What a jump there. Still not exactly an easy way out. Might be able to draw this, just getting past the 6. Just like that. Looks like he's gonna be perfect. And just a roll forward. Or apparently looks like he's gonna use 2 rails. Okay, nice angle on the pink 4 that time. Perfectly in line here on the 5 for a run out. Looks like he's gonna have to go for a jump once again.
Extension.
And not a problem here. 2 jumps in a rack. But all wouldn't matter if he fails to make the 9, so he has to make sure of the shot. Oh, that has to be really upsetting for Mr. Espinola.
Oriental, leading.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Current player Antonio Lining is going to be having a really nice matchup, something we can all look forward to, matching up with former World 9-Ball champion Darren Appleton, Dynamite, playing here at Sharks. Again, this is brought to you by Bugsy Promotions and Hard Times Sports Bar. Well, the lead is once again 8 points for Antonio, and he's breaking in the next rack. Now let us see how that turns out. Currently, failed to break and run out Espinola. A lot of things may happen in this long race to 75. It's the third day. So let's see how it turns out.
Break.
And well, it's going to be a dry break there. After a scratch off his break in a couple of racks ago, and now it's dry. Nice draw off the 1 there, sweetly. Gets the cue ball closer with a bit of spin with using spin. Could be playing the combination with the 4 and the 5 after he takes on the red 3. Nice shot there. Well, they're winning racks off their opponent's breaks. So this is the break from Antonio Lining. Nice bounce off that foot rail, and now easy on the 9.
Winner, Espinola.
$45 points now for Albert Espinola. And up next to break, alternate break format is Albert Espinola. He's up next. Once again, Francisco Bustamante, former World 9 Ball champion, and Darren Appleton, also a former World 9 Ball champion, are going to be playing here at the Mecca of Pool. This matchup is happening soon. Brought to you by Bugsy Promotions and Hard Times Sports Bar. And 52-45 in favor of Antonio Lining. Still a number of racks. Advantage over Espinola. Let's see how it turns out.
Break.
Nice break there. Look at this. Overdrew this maybe just a bit, but still not a problem. Nice recovery. Looks like he's going to be nicely on the green 6. Kind of short here for position on the 8, so it's going to be a cut. Oh my, another miss there from Espinola. Something must be wrong. Oh, those are the nights or the days when you don't actually feel really dialed in. This has to be one for Espinola. 3 days event really takes a toll many players because it's a long race to 25. 3 nights takes them about 4 to 5 hours of gameplay.
Winner! Leading!
Wiped its feet before it went in, but still made it. Right now, 8 points of a lead once again. And greetings to Miss Charmaine Algara. Happy viewing. And Antonio Lining. Let us see if he makes something off his break. So far, they have been winning off their opponents' racks.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Soon here at Sharks, Chang Jung Lin coming here to play at the Mecca of Pool. Fire Dragon, professional pool player from Taiwan. First matchup, Baset Mokaibat, also known as the Kingpin. One of the finest that we have here in the Philippines. Again, thanks for tuning in. You're watching 1-on-1 between Albert Espinola with 45 and Antonio Lining with 53.
Break!
And the break brought to you by Rob Commercial. Well, he's gonna get an open shot on the 2. Okay, so position play for the 8. Looks like he's going to be playing with top spin. Hopes he goes across the center of the table. Here we go. Across the center. Gets there nicely. Looking like a break and run out now for Antonio Lining.
Winner, Lining.
So next to break, the black Carabao, Albert Espinola in the next rack. Let's see how it turns out.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. CoQ-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Second matchup here for Chang Jong Lin, the Fire Dragon. It's going to be the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado, current US Open champion, playing here at the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. And 9 points of a lead. Now held by Antonio Lining. Let's see. Albert Espinola, a real fighter. I've seen him fight back, especially on the Three Kings match. He was playing against Paul Egga, and the other guy was Patrick Gonzalez. That's right. Patrick Gonzalez was the winner there. This guy really fought back on a race to 50. He won 27 rounds on the second night, but wasn't enough for him to catch up. But still, no give up on this guy. Gonna break brought to you by Rapa Commercial. That could have been a nice break there. Apparently, the one just didn't go in the side pocket. Nice shot. Nice bank. Didn't want to be above the 5. He's going to have to stun the cue ball. Just a bit difficult there for Espinola. Doesn't look like he's gonna sell out though. Not sure what kind of safety he was trying to accomplish, but looks like he was trying to get the 5 in between the 2 and the cue ball, and well, quite a sellout. Chance right now for Espinola to come up with another win. Lands nicely here on the 9. Just gonna have to lean over quite a bit. Still pretty much makeable for Albert. There you go.
Winner,
Espinola now with 46 points. And Antonio Lining from Oriental, Mindoro, also known as Vice. He's up next to break in the next rack.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And final matchup here for Chang Jung Lin, the Fire Dragon. He's going to be up against arguably the best player we have in the Philippines, RoboCop, Dennis Orgullo, here at the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. Again, a matchup here, leading by 8 points is Antonio Lining. Could have been closer if Albert Espinola had run out earlier. The first racks we had on day 3, the final day of this one-on-one matchup.
break.
A nice break there, brought to you by Rapa Commercial. Seems like Tonyo Lining will have to kick.
Push.
Or maybe push out as he has called it. Backstroke shot, not a problem. Possibly has left this open, I believe. Wanted to be behind the 5. Managed to create a lot of distance, but this can be easily made towards that corner if Antonio Lining can see this. Gonna be doing a swerve, I believe. Jacking up. Wow. Not a problem. Gonna be a well, effectively that pocket becomes bigger because of the 6. Didn't use it anyhow. So now it's looking like Antonio has gotten perfectly in line here with the red 3. And well, I think he has landed fairly straight on the 7. Not a problem still. Choose to draw. Nice execution there coming from Antonio Lining. And well, after a push out, he wins that safety push out battle. Comes up with his 55th point, Antonio Lining.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And congratulations to Top Gun's winner, Paulo Adamos. That was our first event today here at Sharks. And once again, thanks for tuning in. Leading the way, 9 points is Antonio Lining. Greetings to Mr. Joseha and Joe Pau. Saying congratulating Ray Mendoza for winning the last event we had. Nice break there. Espinola looks like he's going to be getting an open look here on the 1. Not too bad position. I think he can still draw off the 2. Needs himself to get onto this side where the 6 is. Closer to the 6, I believe. Nice shot, but doesn't want to be above the 6. Looks to be a tough shot right now. Wow. Amazing. He's going to be perfect here on the brown 7. Possibly could just draw just a bit or roll forward, bounce off the side rail. Perfect on the 9. Here we are for 47 points. Espinola.
Winner, Espinola.
There you go. And greetings to Mr. Jack Turansky. Hello. JT's Q Repair from Boston. Once again, it's Antonio Lining to break in the next rack. Stay tuned, we'll be back after a few moments.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Congratulations to the winner of yesterday's Sharks 10 Ball Showdown. That's the Devil Boy Patrick Gonzalez winning against 9 other professional pool players. Podium finishers Jeffrey Ignacio and Mark Lawrence Romero. That's player 9, Gonzalez, player 10, Ignacio, and player 4, Romero. 9, 10, and 4 players. Congratulations. And well, the lead is now back to 8 points in favor of Antonio Lining, and he's breaking in the next rank.
Break.
Here we go. Break brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Looks like it's an open look here on the 1. Nice use of inside spin. Goes around. Looks like he's going to be using inside or just stopping the cue ball apparently. Okay, now on to the 6. 3 rails. Doesn't want to bump the 8. Well, okay, if he bumps it that way, no problem. Now on to the 9. Here we are for win number 56. Antonio Lining
Winner.
getting another
Lining.
point off a break and run out. Up next, Black Carabao Albert Espinola to break.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And congratulations to Three Kings winner. That was from October 5 to 7. Bryant Sagipin for winning that event against Mark E.J. Kunanan. And the other was, I believe that was Rainer Espejo. That's right. So congratulations once again, Bryant Sagipin. Lead is once again 9 points in favor of Antonio Lining. We're going to see Albert Espinola breaking in the next.
Break.
Nice break there. Once again brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And he's going to land a shot on the 1. Oh my. Oh my. Not exactly what we expected there from Espinola. Something must be going on. Well, now on to the 5. Just has to roll this. Make a shot on the 6. Well, stuns it. He maintained an angle for himself. Comes up just a bit short here for position on the 8, but not a problem for Antonio. It's a thin cut. Let's see. He can afford to make a mistake still. No mistakes there. Nice shot. Perfect on the 9, and no hopes for Albert Espinola as he came up with a bad miss there.
Winner. Lining.
Now leading with 10 points, Antonio Lining.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Again, we're inviting you guys to be a member here at Sharks. First undergo a screening, normally held at Hard Times Sports Bar. For inquiries, just text or call Mr. Alex Parker at 0916-466-4695. Uncharacteristic misses coming from Albert Espinola has led to a point where he's trailing by 10 points against Antonio Lining, who very seldom makes a mistake. In fact, maybe just once tonight, he has failed to make a safety against Albert, and that should be it. No shot making errors, no misses. Always fairly in line with the next shot. It's always a treat watching this guy, Antonio Lining.
Break.
Seems to always come up with the right shot. And the break brought to you by Ropa Commercial. But so far, his break hasn't been 100%, I'd say. If I'd compare the break of Albert and Antonio, this has to be that area where Antonio Lining fails to be successful. Well, makes a ball but not ideal on the one. Well, tried to cross bank that one. Didn't sell out though, even if he missed. Espinola this time must come up with a safety. Well, that was a nice cut shot there. Wow. Comes up really nice here on the 2 as well. Bumps to 5. Gets position for the red. Possibly another stun shot, just like that. Wow, that was nice. Found a way to kill the cue ball. Put a bit of spin in, got closer to the 5. Looks like he's running out once again. There you go, Antonio Lining. Now leading with 11 points. By 11, that is. 11-point lead, wow. It's quite a lot in this format. You can afford to make errors, still win this event. Up next, Albert Espinola breaking. Let's see how it turns out in the next rack.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And a matchup here, doubles events featuring professional players and amateur players. Panday Jericho Banyares and the assassin James Slim team up against Jeffrey Ignacio and Ephraim Cruz here at Sharks. Brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Saksi, and Hard Times Sports Bar. And 1-1 event, leading by 11 points is Antonio Lining. It's going to be tough to catch up, especially with the number of errors he has committed here, Albert. Let's see if he can minimize and fight back.
Break.
Nice break there. Once again, he is open on the one. He has, I think, mastered the break. All he needs to do now is just capitalize on every opportunity he gets. Nice angle here on the purple. Gonna be stunning that cue ball with spin to get closer to the 6. Okay, goes forward using top and with a bit of left. Now lands ideally here on the green. Surely they are feeling a bit fatigued, I believe. Especially in a 3-day event. Not something they are used to playing. These 3-day events really take a toll on you. But if that was the case, well, Antonio
Winner. Espinola.
about in his late 50s would be at a disadvantage, I'd say, being the elder amongst these two players. Turns out he's leading. And up next to break, Antonio Lining. Let's see how it turns out in the next rack.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Soon a matchup here for you guys. Two former World 9-Ball champions, Francisco Bustamante and Darren Appleton. It's Django versus Dynamite, brought to you by Bugsy Promotions and Hard Times Sports Bar. Greetings to Mac Jane Mapa Camino. Say hello to Nathan, watching from Bacolod City. Also rooting for his idol, Nikoy Lining. Lead is 10 points by Antonio Lining. A long race to 17 more wins to go for Antonio Lining. Against 27 still needed by Espinola.
Break.
Here we go. Antonio Lining to break. Again brought to you by Rapa Commercial. Oh, he comes up with a nice break and lands a shot here on the 1. Nicely done. Nicely made.
Extension.
Well, after a miss there from Antonio Lining, looks like Albert Espinola, all he could do was just play a safe. Let me say good evening to my partner here, Cannon. Good evening.
Hey, Professor Freeze, how are we today?
Yes, feeling fine, feeling okay. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, wow. Did I just cause that?
That was what I was about to say.
Well, but it's great to be here. So hopefully, I'm excited to see how day 3 will wrap up, because this has so far been a very interesting encounter between the veteran Antonio Lining and one of the younger faces here. Of course, Albert Espinola, and I hope that we get a really good finish to this match. And looks like he gets himself possibly a little defense here, but we're gonna see what Lining has planned from here.
Stretch foul.
Oh, and that was not what the Black Carabao had planned. And he just gave ball in hand and a chance for Lining to take advantage there. So he'll just be. So it looks like this will be the opportunity to hike that lead up to 11 racks if he can stay steady until the 9 ball. And with that, Antonio Lining takes an 11 rack lead as this day 3 encounter continues. And you'll see there the foul that was committed by Albert Espinola that basically cost him this rack. So you can see here the run that Antonio Lining showing the steady play that has made him one of the stalwarts of Philippine pool. And with that 9, he goes up by 11. Next to break will be the Black Carabao from Antipolo. We'll be right back after this, so stay tuned.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And coming soon, Sharks, the Fire Dragon Chang Junlin of Taiwan takes on the Kingpin Baset Mukaibat of the Philippines. This Asia Pacific encounter can be seen only here at the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. So keep it tuned here for the latest updates. And of course, we'd like to thank all of our fans who are tuned in via Facebook and YouTube watching live. So thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. We hope you are enjoying this blockbuster encounter. Antonio Lining, as we can see here, ahead by 11 racks at 59 to 48. So he is pretty well ahead. He's still ahead at this point. He's actually built up the lead, but Albert Espinola has managed to stay within striking distance. But of course, this being day 3, time is running out for the Black Carabao to catch up. Can he get over the hump that is Vice Lining? We'll see in just a bit. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. So as we can see here, it looks like a dry break as Antonio Lining will be back to the table, and I think he'll be pretty okay with the spread of this. So you can see, so the 1 ball, 2 and 3 are pretty straightforward. The 4 though, it may end up being a 4-7 combination with the way it is. Oh no, that's not what Lining had planned there, as he missed. Albert Espinola coming up next, and he'll take the shot. And of course, we'd like to remind everybody that this is, again, if you just tuned in, this is a 3-day race to 75, and we are already in day 3, which of course ended yesterday when Antonio Lining became the first player to reach 50. So basically, this is a 3-day race that's divided into sets of 25. Oh, and that 2 ball didn't go down. So far, the pockets, that corner pocket has been very elusive for both of these players, and we hope that see who among them can actually dispatch the 2. And Antonio Lining, great move there. Well, he might have run it just a little bit more than he wanted, but I think he can manage this with just going off the rails if he has to, or get the speed right. He can manage this. And it looks like Lining will go for the 4-7 combo, since the 7 is directly in the path of the 4. It just has to be careful where the 4 will end up. And that's where Vice Lining's experience comes in. Just the perfect angle, and just leaving himself a nice makeable shot for that 4. And then getting position to the 5 might require going a couple of rails out. There, Beautifully done. Antonio Lining with a textbook finish. A textbook preparation there. And it looks like the 6, 8, 9 will be elementary if he keeps this up. And it looks like Antonio Lining's plan for the 6, 8, and 9, get them all in the same pocket. But, well, on the other hand, the 9 in the opposite corner is just as good. And this to go up 60 to 48, just 15 away from wrapping this match up.
Leaning.
As you can see here, this was the shot that Albert Espinola missed that gave Antonio Lining control. That he regained control of this rack. And Antonio Lining taking this rack apart in typical fashion. The 4-7 combo, of course. Look at how he sets up the 4 after knocking in the 7. And everything else, as Sherlock Holmes would say, is elementary, my dear Watson. After that point, Antonio Lining will be up next to break. The man from Oriental Mindoro will be taking on the table with a break, and we'll be right back.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Cool Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado, squares off against the Fire Dragon, Chang Jun Lin of Taiwan. Two world-class players will square off here at the Mecca of Pool, so keep it tuned here for further updates. So we're looking at the score here, and Antonio Lining has managed to stretch out that lead. And of course, checking over at YouTube, Trish Durbin says, I'll say it again, I love the way Lining shoots, and yes, we here at Sharks love it too, because he has such a solid, consistent form. I believe it was Anthony Den who said something about a very confident stroke, and that confident stroke is what makes Antonio Lining such a dangerous player to take on, because when he feels that he has the shot in his sights, when he feels he can make it, he's a very hard man to stop.
Break.
And Antonio Lining to break. And that break was brought to you by Europa Commercial. And so you can see here, Antonio Lining has the open lane on the 1, but it looks like it's a dry break, so it's going to be a good start for Albert Espinola to try and make up some ground here. Earlier, I also noticed that Mang Ambo actually said that it's a good warm-up for his upcoming match against Darren Appleton of England. And actually, this is good practice, because for sure, the match-up with Darren will be one of those marathon matches that will test their ability to stay consistent under fire. So this will be a very interesting match to see. So for the meantime, Albert Espinola still working his way through this rack and hoping to claw back at that lead. And it looks like this will be it for Albert Espinola, as he will cut down that lead to just 11 with this 9-ball.
Winner, Espinola.
And Albert Espinola showing his stuff here. He is refusing to go down, but he has struggled to try and catch up with his opponent here. But as we can see here, some flashes of that brilliance from the Black Carabao showing us what he's got. Look at that form. Look at that. Look at that movement right there. And he gets himself in great position throughout this rack. And like we said, when Albert Espinola finds his form, he has every reason to get you worried. And he has shown us in this rack what kind of form he has. And Albert Espinola himself, the Black Carabao, will be up to break right after this. So keep it tuned here to the Mecca of Pool Sharks.
Warmest greetings to the organizers and participants of the Philippine 10-Ball Open. The local government of Quezon City recognizes the value of engaging the youth of our communities in sports, as this teaches them important life values such as discipline, teamwork, and dedication. We also appreciate billiards as an inclusive sport where age or gender are not barriers towards success. We hope that this initiative may encourage more Filipinos to train for billiards, that they may add to our prestigious roster of world-class athletes. It is therefore with great pride that I welcome you all to the Philippine 10-Ball Open. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Coming soon, the Sharks Robo-Captain Sorculio squares off against the Fire Dragon Chang Junlin. Live here on Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. So keep it tuned here for the latest updates regarding this blockbuster matchup of the Asian Money Game Kings. So coming up next to break will be the Black Carabao,
Break.
Albert Espinola, right here at the game table. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. So you can see here, has a shot on the 2, and the angle just might be enough to get him around to where he can get the 3. So we're going to see what Espinola plans to do from this point on. He's going to use the bridge because of the somewhat awkward angle from this spot. with that play there, Albert Espinola manages to nudge the 8 ball out of the way, leaving a clear lane for the 7 to go into the corner pocket. And he just has to pull a little draw here. So gets just enough angle. Nicely played. And he'll get the extension just to make sure that he's in good shape for that 8. And with that,
Espinola.
Albert Espinola rallies back and cuts that lead down to 10. So this was pretty much a break and run special by the Black Carabao right there, as he takes advantage of a very good layout here, showing us exactly why he is considered one of the one of the star talents here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So you can see here, uses the 6 to nudge that 8 out of the way, gets a clear lane for the 7, and the 8 and 9 in the same pocket. That's the finish we were asking for there. And coming up next, Oriental Mindoro's mightiest Antonio Lining will be up to break right after this. Don't go away.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And of course, we'd like to congratulate the winner of our event, of our second event, the Devil Boy Patrick Gonzalez of Pangasinan, who won yesterday's second event, finishing tops after rallying from a slow start. And of course, just to give the player finishes are 9, 10, and 4 for this event. Again, as you can see here, 9, 10, and 4. So Patrick Gonzalez with the win from yesterday. Congratulations from all of us here at Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and of course the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So we will go over here to the match. It's a 10 rack deficit facing Albert Espinola. Can he rally back? Well, we'll find out first. But for the meantime, it's going to be a break from the man they call Lightning, Antonio Lining. He's up next to break. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial, and looks like he gets the 3 and the 7 to dive into the side pockets. So no shot though on the 1, so that's going to be a bit of strategy in his mind here, whether to go for a push out or a kick safe. Well, we'll see what he has in plan. His plan is for the shot. And Antonio Lining moves it so that Albert Espinola has a look at a possible bank here. And looks like Espinola might take it on. So that push there. So he decides, it looks like he'll take the bank on. And he missed the bank. Wow, that's close. Well, he didn't quite get it. And the gamble paid off for Antonio Lining, daring him to take on the bank, and that's going to give Antonio Lining the chance to possibly run out this rack. So Antonio Lining still in good shape with that 4. And this will give him just the angle to get back to the 5. And looks like he has a clear lane here for the 5 to go into that corner. So all he has to do is just control the angle that he's going to get for the 6. Since it's fairly straight looking in this spot. Manages to force it. So force some English on it. And gets the angle he needs on that 6. Great job there. And over on Facebook, Gary Villegas says he and the family and friends are watching from Iligan City in Mindanao. So Mr. Gary Villegas, thank you for watching. We hope you and your family and your friends are enjoying it over in Iligan City. And this will give Antonio Lining the 11 rack lead, as he has steadily continued his trek towards the target of 75 racks. And that's the man of the hour right there. Antonio Lining showing what he can do with the cue ball at his turn. So you see here, he forced Albert Espinola to take on the bank, and with that miss, you can see here Antonio Lining showing us how to get it done. It's an excellently run rack here. And coming up next, the Black Carabao from Antipolo. Albert Espinola is up to break, and we will be right back after this. Winner of our first event, by the way, from earlier today, the survivor from Antipolo Rizal, Paulo Adamos, showing us great form and heart in his win earlier today. And that's, of course, a great job that he did in our first event from earlier today. So again, congratulations to Paulo Adamos of Antipolo Rizal, from all of us here at Bugsy Promotions, Hard Times Sports Bar, and of course, the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So this one-on-one event, this is a 3-day race to 75, brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and of course the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So we can see here Antonio Lining still out in front by double digits with 61-50, the current score. Again, the target is to get to 75, and Antonio Lining has quite an advantage here, but Albert Espinola will be up to break. And he hopes to stop this advance. That break was brought to you by Europa Commercial, and Albert Espinola lands one on the break. So Albert's got a great layout. It's got an interesting layout here. So the 1 is pretty direct, but the problem will be getting to position on the 2. He's probably going to have to put a lot of draw on this one. That looks like a problem there. Oh, that was what we were worried about there, as Albert ends up double kissing the 2 ball, and that's not going to give him a chance to continue his offense here, so he's going to play safe. Trying to get behind the 4, which he does. So he manages to get behind that 4 ball. Well, just a bit. And the 9 ball also providing some additional blocking as well. So it looks like Antonio Lining will be kicking from the rail. And it looks like he might have given the opening there. So the 2 ball wide open.
Winner, Espinola.
And Albert Espinola showing us the poise and confidence that he has always shown here. But coming up next, Antonio Lining will be up to break, and we'll be right back after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod Jump Cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Congratulations, Mr. Reynaldo Mendoza. Mr. Excitement for winning Sharks 9-Ball Showdown, our second event here early today. And podium finishers Garcia and Sanchez. That's player 3, player 5, and player 6. Congratulations.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And so far, nice looking break here by... Nice looking break right here.
Wow, look at this. Draws that cue ball off the one. Well, he's landed nicely. I think he's gonna need to play maybe a combination with a red 3. Well, goes for the short side here off the red. Look at this. Avoids the 8.
Wow, that is literally weaving through traffic right there.
That's right. And there you go. Quickly, he makes both balls. Was always part of the equation.
That's true. And with that, Antonio Lining pulls again to an 11 rack lead at the end of this. And of course, we'll get to see how in the moment how he pulled off that beautiful two-way shot that ended it all early. But coming up next, the Black Carabao from Antipolo will be up to break. We'll see Albert Espinola in action next.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And congratulations, Mr. Bryant Sagiped, also known as Bryant Urdaneta from the city of Urdaneta in Pangasinan, winning against Mark E.J. Conanan and Rainer Espejo. That was back in October 5 to 7, 3-day event, just several days ago.
Yeah, and I was able to watch it, and he really put up quite a performance there. We know how these Three Kings matches are. They're really marathons. They're a test of patience, a test of resolve, and a test of focus. And at the end of that 3-day challenge, he just took it home, and at the end, he just came out the last man standing after it all cleared. So great effort again to Brian Sagiped, and I know he's a very popular player here as well among the fans. So it's great to see that he performed fantastically. So of course,
Break.
Albert Espinola up to break next. And this break is brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Looks like he got one ball down, so how will the one go out?
Well, there has to be maybe a possibility of making this to the side. There has to be a possibility of making this to the side.
Right. We're gonna see how he navigates this. Let's see how he gets this into that side pocket. looks like this, and I'm looking at that 4-9 as a possible ender for this one.
Could be. It could be. Well, the run out is always available. So far, Albert Espinola's break has been really nice, but he had a number of slip-ups early in this final day. Well, earlier he was trailing just by 8 points. He got it down to 7. Well, if he converted in all chances, I think the score would have been closer, like 4 points.
Yes, it seems like he's having a bit of a challenge when it comes to trying to maintain a run of some sort. That seems to be his difficulty here. That if he can maintain some sort of momentum, he might have possibly overtaken Lining at this point already.
That's right. Not his usual self, really. But, still a fighter. Alam natin kasi yung galaw nito ni Espinola medyo buhay diba?
Right.
Getting to watch this guy many times, not exactly his usual pace whenever I see him walk right now. Could be the fatigue of playing 3 nights in a row.
That's what I also suspect, partner. I think it's a case of him adjusting from his usual one day focuses, and we see it right there. He just, I think, lost some focus there, and unfortunately, that's going to leave either a very difficult cut or a bank.
That's right. Oh no.
He just gave it away, I think. Looks like he might have sold the farm. And Antonio Lining will clean up the scraps if need to clean up here. And with that rack, Antonio Lining takes advantage of that miscue and pulls his lead further to 12 racks. And coming up next is Antonio Lining. He'll be up to break, and we'll get with our sponsors in just a moment.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Yes, and we are inviting all other pool players and challenging them to play here at Sharks. Get to play in the beautiful Sharks Arena with a Brunswick Gold Crown 4 table, Simonis 860 Shark Gray, and Aramith Black balls. Well, first undergo a screening at Hard Time Sports Bar to be hosted by Alex Parker. For inquiries, text or call him at 0916-466-4695.
Yes, that's right. And they imagine they'll be able to play on the table that is world-class quality, just like what the pros in the big tournaments play.
That's right. Get to play on the table where SVB just played.
And of course, it's actually, I've actually tried out the table a couple of times just to see how it is, and I love the feel of it. It really feels different. I even had a discussion with Jeffrey Ignacio yesterday, one of our players, and he always said that the problem is that we're also used to playing on the slow tables at the bars or the places we are, that when you play on that table, it'll feel totally different. And by the way, that break is brought to you by Ropa Commercial.
Well, I was saying earlier here that if there has to be a weakness or disadvantage for Antonio Lining, it's his break. So far, he hasn't been producing too much good results, but he has been getting away so far.
It's true. I think he's been taking advantage more of the miscues that Albert's had, unfortunately, because Albert has indeed broken more consistently, but has not quite gotten the job done in a number of cases.
That's right.
Return.
Well, here we are. Not exactly an easy task to go rail first. He's going rail first, possibly sending that one ball to the corner. Let's see. Well, now he has sold out. Antonio Lining is leaning towards a win in this rank.
and that's a pretty open layout. I think that's the kind of layout that most players would be like, yes, happy birthday to me. So we're going to see Antonio Lining get down to business here, which has allowed him to hold steady so far.
Wow. What a stroke there. What a shot. I mean, whenever Antonio Lining shoots, it's like he's just putting the right amount of speed, the right amount of force.
I actually mentioned that I had a comment yesterday from Anthony Denman for our followers over on YouTube. He actually says one of the big assets for Antonio Lining is that confident stroke. It's a stroke of confidence that he plays the shot like he knows he can make it, and I think that's why his stroke looks so beautiful, because it's got that confident, that I know I can make it kind of quality.
That's right. Parang sakto lang lahat, no? I mean, you barely see him play a really forceful shot. It's like he's just maximizing all opportunities on every shot.
And of course, coming up next, Albert Espinola will be up to break, and we'll see if the Black Carabao can continue to catch up as he still trails by 13 racks here at day 3 of this Race to 75 challenge. And we'll be right back after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And coming up next, coming soon rather, here the Sharks, the Fire Dragon Chang Jun Lin of Taiwan takes on the Philippines' own Baseth Mukaibat, the Kingpin. This blockbuster match is available exclusively on Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. So keep it tuned here for the latest updates as they become available. And of course, the lead has now swollen to 64-51. And Antonio Lining, despite a somewhat inconsistent break, has managed to pounce on the little mistakes that Albert Espinola has made throughout this match, and it's allowed him to stay ahead. As you mentioned, partner, this is something that Antonio Lining is just using his veteran instincts to get his way.
That's right. Well, at the same time, trailing by a number of ranks doesn't really help Espinola when it comes to his confidence. And well, as you can see, he's coming up with really nice breaks here. Again, brought to you by Ropa.
That's right. Well, we're hoping that, well, this looks like a possible 2-9 wrapper here if he can get into the right position for this.
Well, it looks like he may draw off the 1 or, well, that you may be right. I mean, really too risky to try and play position for the 2.
And the angle, I think, for the 2 to the 9 looks almost academic here. Just probably a slight adjustment.
A slight adjustment, but 9 is not too close to that corner, so better be careful.
Extension.
Taking the extension just to make sure he gets this all lined up perfectly, because he knows this is his chance to catch up.
Winner.
And
Espinola.
that's Albert Espinola doing the job there, as he avoided having to navigate this tricky rack by wrapping it up early. And of course, we're coming up to the next break where we will have Antonio leaning up to break. We'll be right. We'll have, of course, up next to break. We'll be right back after this, so keep it tuned to the Mecca of Pool Sharks.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Cool Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon, the Sharks, the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado, will take on the Fire Dragon, Chang Chun Lin, at the home of the Mecca Pool Sharks in this classic encounter. You are going to love this. We will be sure to announce the word on this as soon as this becomes available. So, of course, thanks again to all of you who are watching here via our social media channels, YouTube and Facebook. So for those of you who want to recommend us, or for those who are simply looking for us, just type in Sharks 9 Ball. That's Sharks, SHARKS, the number 9, as in the number 9. So it's not spelled out, it's the number 9, and then ball. So Sharks 9 Ball. You find that, you'll get the results here at YouTube or Facebook, and you'll get to see quality matches like this 3-day one-on-one encounter between Albert Espinola and Antonio Lining, who will be up to break, by the way. Antonio Lining is next. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. So you can see here, well, again, Lining has not had the most consistent break, but through his ability to take advantage of Albert Espinosa's miscues, has managed to maintain and even slightly build on that lead there. So Albert Espinola has to play a lot more focused here as he uses 3 balls to blocker. Great job there. Refusing to leave an opening here. Of course, Lining is no ordinary customer here. Very confident stroke that's gotten him through many a tournament. And it looks like he might have gotten away with it too, with a safety thanks to that 9. So as we have said here, well, Efren has always said that he always responds with the he got lucky and all that. But the fact is, one reason he is lucky is because he plays his shot so well that it improves the chances that he'll have a lucky shot, which appears to be the case here. Oh, and that didn't quite go. Nice attempt on the jump shot, but couldn't get it to fall. And this is going to leave Antonio Lining the opportunity to close this out. see what Antonio Lini has planned here. Well, he went for the bank there. Standard part of his arsenal, which goes in perfectly. And that gives him good position for the 2. And looks like the rest of this rack may be elementary at this point.
Winner, Lini.
And Antonio Lini again showing that even with his inconsistent break throughout this match, he has not let go of the lead there. He's continued to hold steady with Albert Espinola now coming up next to break, and we'll be right back.
Warmest greetings to the organizers and participants of the Philippine 10 Ball Open. The local government of Quezon City recognizes the value of engaging the youth of our communities in sports, as this teaches them important life values such as discipline, teamwork, and dedication. We also appreciate billiards as an inclusive sport where age or gender are not barriers towards success. We hope that this initiative may encourage more Filipinos to train for billiards, that they may add to our prestigious roster of world-class athletes. It is therefore with great pride that I welcome you all to the Philippine 10 Ball Open. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
And we are continuing with coverage of our one-on-one 3-day race to 75 battle between Antonio Lini and Albert Espinola, both players from the Philippines, and both players showing a lot of skill, talent, and heart in this match. So far, Antonio Lini has managed to hold steady to that lead and even build it up just a bit. And right now, it's at 65-52, and we will see the Black Carabao up to break.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And Albert Espinola getting that there, managing to knock the 6 away, so he still has room for that 2. Looks like he's finally gotten some steady, something going here for him. that 2 ball rattling in, nearly failing to fall in that pocket, but as you can see here, Espinola sensing some urgency here, taking advantage of this pretty good layout he's got.
Winner, Espinola.
And Espinola trying to fight his way back here as he cuts that lead down to 12. Still in this match, by no means he's out, but of course he's got a bit of a fight back to do if he wants to have any chance of winning this. And Antonio Lining will be up next to break, so keep it tuned here to the Mecca Pool Sharks for further updates. And meantime, we'll be right back.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And of course, we'd like to congratulate the winner of our second event for yesterday, the Devil Boy from Pangasinan, Patrick Gonzalez, as he won the 10-man ring challenge showdown. Of course, congratulations are in order from all of us here at the Sharks Jamaica Pool, Bugsy Promotions, and Hard Time Sports Bar. And by the way, the numbers for the podium finish are 9, 10, and 4. So as we mentioned here, 9, 10, and 4. That's our podium numbers. And of course, congratulations to Patrick Gonzalez. Great job winning there yesterday. And coming up next, we will have rack number 119 next, as of course Antonio Lining will be up to break right after this.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Ropak, and but it looks like that's gonna be for Albert Espinola coming off that dry break. The Black Carabao continuing to take this rack apart, showing us his fighting spirit here as he has just continued to make ball after ball, as he has not let go of this match yet, despite trailing by double-digit racks.
Espinola.
Albert Espinola cuts it back down to 11, and he is hoping that he can keep that momentum going as he goes back to his chair, and the Black Carabao will be up to break right after this. Of course, the winner of our Top Guns first event from earlier today, the survivor Paulo Adamos of Antipolo, Rizal. He just caught fire at that opportunity and ran through the opposition to win today's first event. Congratulations to the survivor Paulo Adamos from Antipolo, Rizal, courtesy of us here at the Mecca Pool Sharks, Bugsy Promotions, and Hard Times Sports Bar. As we see here, again, fantastic performance here, great match, and the Black Carabao is fighting back, trying to stay in this match. And of course, over on Facebook, we see here Doug Hall saying, "Thanks for the stream, Sharks. Did you see Corteza got second in Sandcastle on his way to the U.S. Open? And happy birthday, Vice." Of course, that's great to hear. So Levan Corteza apparently finishing second in the event in Sandcastle, and looks like he's headed to the U.S. Open as well. So we wish luck to of course, one of our top pros here at Sharks, Levan Corteza. Good luck. In the meantime, that break was brought to you by Europa Commercial. So you can see here, very nice. Spread the balls, except if you are Antonio Lining, who will be going for the push out. So Doug, we have not actually seen that event, but we appreciate the update, and we're sure that your fellow fans here at Sharks also appreciate you sharing us the word on the result here regarding that match. So again, great job to Levan Corteza as he finished second in the Sandcastle event and is looking to get to the US Open. Oh wow, but he got lucky there. Well, he got himself that little knock on the side pocket rather, and that's gonna leave him a shot here on the one. See what happens here. And looks like he gets safe. Great safety play there. as Antonio Lining now forced again to come back. Albert Espinola now with the long shot on the 2. Oh, and that rimmed out, and that stayed out there. And that's going to be an opportunity for Lining to re-establish control. And Espinola, while he has been breaking consistently, much more consistently, has struggled to stay on the table at times like that, and that's where we're seeing some. That's when Antonio Lining has been very quick to pounce on those little opportunities, and that's allowed him to stay in front here. Now the 2 rattling there, and fortunately has an angle on that 3 to get to the 4. The stroke of confidence that Antonio Lining has here is definitely something here. So as we can see, looks like he's getting the extender, well, the extension rather. And we're talking about the Q extension. He's getting that so he can get to that 5 ball. And of course, looks like this rack might be all she wrote here for Antonio Lining if he can keep that focus going. Wow, that was a confident stroke right there. Going 3 rails to get to position for that 8 ball. And it looks like the 9 ball is going to be automatic after this. Automatically into that side pocket for a 66-54 lead.
Winner, Lining.
And Antonio Lining showing us exactly the kind of focus play that gets it done. There's that 5 ball showing the stuff there. And look at the preparation, getting 3 cushions all the way for that 8. And then just a little draw to get to the position for the 9 to the side. And that's going to give him a 12 rack lead, and the opportunity to break is up next. Can you stretch it to 13? Well, we'll find out right after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod Jump Cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Of course, the winner of our second event as well, and for the showdown, the 10-man ring challenge from our earlier event today, is Reynaldo Mendoza of Batangas. So congratulations to Ray for coming up with a great performance as well in the 10-man showdown. So the podium finish is 3, 5, and 6. That means that players 3, 5, and 6 finished in the first, second, and third place respectively in this 10-man ring challenge. Of course, congratulations again to our winner, Reynaldo Mendoza. From all of us here at Sharks, the Mecca of Pool, Bugsy Promotions, and Hard Times Sports Bar. So you can see here, Antonio Lining regaining a 12-rack lead with that finish there. And we'll see if he can continue it off the break. And by the way, over here at YouTube, Artemio Sermise says, Idol, shoutout naman sa mga masugid mong taga-subaybay, lalo na kina Aaron Alvarez, Harris Alvarez, at Arnel Alvarez. Salamat mga Lodi. Salamat din sa iyo, Lodi. And of course, at sana po nag-enjoy po kayo dito sa Sharks, the Mecca of Pool po. So that break was brought to you by Europa Commercial. As you can see there, Antonio Lining still struggling to get a consistent break here, but that's going to leave Albert Espinola a chance to stay, to catch up here, try and cut that lead back down. It's a very nice spread here, so it looks like we are going to see quite possibly another rack from Albert Espinola, but of course he has to stay focused because it has been his undoing that he has made some minor mistakes, but normally those minor mistakes for an average player might not be an issue, might not be such a bad thing. But when you're going up against a guy like Antonio Lining, it's definitely a lot more painful when you get those mistakes. So this is where Albert Espinola has to continue working, and so far he's got this one under control. And looks like, not quite the angle he wanted. He would have wanted to be a few inches forward, at least like 3 or 4 inches would have been actually okay.
Extension.
Oh, and he overcut that. And he overcut the 5 as he got in poor position after getting the 4. And it's those little mistakes that have piled up and prevented Albert Espinola from making a more sustained charge against his opponent here. This has been pretty much the story of this match, that while Lining has struggled to get a break going, on the other hand, Espinola has struggled at times to actually get to go through a full rack here. And it's led to Antonio Lining taking advantage, making hay while the sun shines, as he just has managed to hang on to a nice lead here. So this will be for Antonio Lining to go up again by 13 racks, 67-54. Okay, and thanks so much for that info, by the way, Doug Hall. So just a correction from Doug Hall himself. Actually, Levan Corteza finished 3rd, while Carlo Biado, the defending U.S. Open champion, finished with 8th place. So Albert Espinola will be hoping to get his break going and finish it up from here. And we'll be right back, right here at the Mecca of Pool, Sharks.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And of course, the winner for our Three Kings event from October 5 to 7 is Bryant Sagiped from Urdaneta City, Pangasinan. Spectacular performance. I was there I was there when he basically just went on a tear and really started going on fire. So congratulations to the winner of our Three Kings Challenge from October 5 to 7, Bryant Urdaneta himself. And this is from all of us here at Sharks Temecov Pool, Bugsy Promotions, and Hard Times Sports Bar. So, of course, Antonio Lining still with a 13 rack lead and just 7 racks away from getting to the hill, 8 away from wrapping up this match. So, can Antonio Lining continue to pounce on the little mistakes here, or will Albert Espinola be able to clamp down and make Vice pay for his sins? Well, we will find out here on this rack. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial, and that looks like a dry rack here. So Lining finally will get a shot here on the table that at least is more open here. Rather difficult cut to that one, but nothing that he hasn't made before. You can see that right here. Oh, he went for the bank. Great play. And going for the bank was actually less risky since it gave him a more open shot towards the blue too. So great. So that was a great gamble. So Antonio Lining looking solid here so far. So he's got that 3 ball. He has to arch over the 8, rather the 5, to avoid being a foul. And he gets that very nicely. So Antonio Lining just checking the window that he has to land for that 6 ball. So he can choose to either land where he can shoot between the 8 and the 9, or he can choose to shoot between the 8 and the 7. And he's gone for the 8-9 window, which from this angle should give him also the opportunity to set up for the 7. Oh no. And Antonio Lining makes a mistake here as he just falls short. He needed to hit it with just a little more force to get there. And he makes that kick. But it looks like Albert Espinola will be back on the table. And this is his golden opportunity here. And of course, hello to Irish Rebel over on Facebook. And, well, it's not totally over yet for Albert, as he is still in this match, but definitely has a lot of work cut out for him to make this more interesting. As Antonio Lining fell short on his position play, and that forced him to kick, which sold the ball here. Albert Espinola for the win in this rack.
Winner, Espinola.
And with that, Albert Espinola cuts the lead back down to 12 racks. As we can see here, Antonio Lining just fell short because he actually got the 6 there, but the problem was he didn't put enough mustard on that shot to get it to where he wanted to be. And that left Albert Espinola the opening that he needed. And Antonio Lining will be up again to break right after this. So keep it tuned here to the Metcalf Pool Sharks as we continue this great 3-day encounter.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And if you want to be a member of the Sharks roster of talent, please contact Mr. Alex Parker at 0916-466-4695. That's 0916-466-4695. Look for Mr. Alex Parker. And all screenings will be held at the Hard Time Sports Bar over at Timog Avenue, Barangay South Triangle, Quezon City. So please contact Mr. Alex Parker at 0916-466-4695 and to get your scheduled, and we hope to see you here at the Hard Times, not just at the Hard Times Sports Bar at the tryouts, but also here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks, where you'll be getting a chance to compete with some of the finest amateur and professional players from the Philippines. And of course, yes, we would like to see, of course, Albert Espinola put up a better run here, but so far, Antonio Lining has managed to hold steady, as we've mentioned, because of some interesting factors here. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Now, as we can see here, another dry break, but basically the story has been that Albert Espinola has had the far more consistent break. However, Albert Espinola has also made some mistakes that have allowed Antonio Lining to get back to the table, and that is where Antonio Lining has made his money, which is he has been taking advantage of the little mistakes that Albert Espinola has made throughout the way. So Albert's got to tighten the screws here, so to speak, and try to play a more consistent game, because his break is actually more consistent. As you can see there, Antonio Lining struggling to get a consistent break going. So we are going to see what's happening here. Lining has been very strong indeed, mainly because he has seen every opportunity thrown his way by Espinola, and he has done the job so far. So this is looking good here. This rack looking much better. Just have to see if Albert can continue chipping away at that lead. Like he got just enough angle for the 7. He just has to hold steady to get the 8 and the 9. And he bumps into the 9, but looks like the 8 is still makeable. Just has to make sure focus on getting the 8, because the 9 has a lot of pockets it can go to, not just the side. Oh my goodness, that was wow. Albert had that match won right there, but again, the little mistakes that have come into play, these have cost Albert Espinola more than one rack on occasion. And Antonio Lining might pull off a bank here. Oh, that was wide. So close. And Albert had better take this one before the table. Before he loses his, before an opportunity.
Winner, Espinola.
And Albert Espinola escapes, manages to miss that 9 here as we saw. He was lucky that it got to the angle where he managed to force Antonio Lining into a shot like that. And coming up next to break will be the Black Carabao from Antipolo, Albert Espinola. Can he continue this run, or will he again fall to Lining to the next round? Find out soon here on Sharks.
Warmest greetings to the organizers and participants of the Philippine 10 Ball Open. The local government of Quezon City recognizes the value of engaging the youth of our communities in sports, as this teaches them important life values such as discipline, teamwork, and dedication. We also appreciate billiards as an inclusive sport where age or gender are not barriers towards success. We hope that this initiative may encourage more Filipinos to train for billiards, that they may add to our prestigious roster of world-class athletes. It is therefore with great pride that I welcome you all to the Philippine 10 Ball Open. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
And of course, coming up, this event will start tomorrow. Tomorrow's main event will be a 3-night event, Race to 75 tag team match. That's right. We're not joking here. This is a 2-on-2 battle featuring the team of Panday Jericho Banyares and the assassin James Lim squaring off against Jeffrey the Cobra Ignacio and Efraim Cruz in the other corner, as they will be tangling in this Race to 75 over 3 days, courtesy of Bugsy Promotions, Saksi, Hard Times Sports Bar, and of course the Mecca Pool Sharks. So keep it tuned here to Sharks, as this will be the main event starting tomorrow evening.
Break.
And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. As we see here, a much more consistent break from Albert Espinola, and this break has actually kept him in the match because it has allowed him to have some runouts here, and he's hoping to continue that. that right there. That's the game plan that Albert Espinola should continue to execute if he wants a chance to win this match. Great run out there as he finishes these balls and as he runs through the entire rack in very nice fashion. And this will give him some momentum, hopefully. Up next to break will be Oriental Mindoro's own Antonio Lining. He'll be up next to break.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And one of tonight's combatants, Antonio Vice Lining, will have the opportunity to take on England's Darren Dynamite Appleton, coming soon to Sharks. This is also brought to you courtesy of the Mecca of Pool and Bugsy Promotions. For more details, keep it tuned here to Sharks for updates, and we hope that you will enjoy this match once we have the details and we're able to announce the definite date for this encounter. So we're down to a 10 rack deficit here for the man they call the Black Carabao. Albert Espinola hoping to continue this run here, but of course Vice Lining will be up to break, and the question is whether Vice Lining can actually get a good break here, because he's been struggling with it somewhat, so that he can get himself back on the winning track.
Break.
That link was brought to you, and that break brought to you by Ropo Commercial. And looks like he doesn't have the shot that he wants on the one again, although it's still his break. So Antonio Lining may choose to do a push out. He can also go for a kick save here, but he's also looking at if he has the angle to get himself push. Yes, go for the push out. And he just hits that very gently, so basically he leaves the ball in almost the same spot as before. So he's basically daring Albert Espinola to come up with his own safety, or if he can make something of this. Whoa, great. That was a great bank shot right there, as Albert Espinola really pulling all the stops there. Fantastic play right there. And it looks like Albert Espinola has finally found a semblance of momentum here, as he has just finally caught it here. Great job as he took on that bank shot and got into great position for the three. So he ended up in great position there. That was an excellent finish. And looks like now all he has to do is just finish the rest of this rack off. And gets that 5 down there. Now, of course, the option is whether to go for the corner pocket or the side. The side might be a more appealing option, given that the 6 can go into the corner up table. And of course, we'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Jason Foster. Thank you so much for tuning in, and let's go winning Lining. Yes, he's still, right now Albert Espinola has the momentum, as he's managed to he's cut down 3 straight racks so far to bring the deficit down to just 10. And off this break from Antonio Lining, where he basically gave up a push out there, he just took that in. So of course, great again seeing you here online, Jason. By the way, this is Canon Diary, just in case you've tuned in. So of course, my partner, the Professor Freeze, Aris Almario, decided to, well, he basically had to head home for something important. So manning the booth right here, and coming up next, Albert Espinola will be up to break. Can he continue this momentum swing? Well, the break should be in his favor here, but let's see what the Black Carabao has up next.
Hello, this is only the beginning of a great new adventure in Philippine pool. In paving the way to our filing of a bill to support our Philippine Billiards icon, especially the top of the list, Efren Bata Reyes. It is with great pride that we welcome you all to the first ever Philippine 10-ball open.
That right there was Congressman Arnie Teves, one of the co-presenters of the 2022 Philippine 10-ball open, which runs from October 24 to 31 for an entrance fee of just 300 pesos. You can be one of the top 64 players with a share of the prize pool worth 1.5 million pesos. This will be a double knockout format for the first few rounds, to be followed by a single knockout format to be implemented for the top 64, with the eliminated player to pay for the game table. Registration is ongoing until October 16, 2022. For inquiries, contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. Again, that's 0956-841-6602. Look for Ms. Nads Ramos. We have only limited slots available. And of course, this is brought to you by the BMPAP, Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So again, we hope to see you make a part of Philippine pool history. And that break brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And looks like, I think Albert's got a window here. I think he can make that 10, or rather the 1, out to that side. Of course, getting positioned though for the 2 ball will be a lot more challenging. So he'll have to end up on the side of the table where he is currently in to have a shot of getting the 2 in without requiring a combination shot. And it looks like he's got this. Uh-oh. That's not good. And it looks like he's going to have to go with the jump cue as he landed behind the 3. That was not what he wanted, and we're going to see if Albert can continue his run here with this jump shot. Oh, there we go. That didn't quite work. And with that, Antonio Lining will be right back at the table here. We are going to see, of course, Antonio Lining. Now, this is how Antonio Lining has managed to stay ahead for much of this match. Whenever Albert has made mistakes such as the jump shot, it's made these kinds of misses. It's always been an opportunity for Vice to come on in and clean this up, but it looks like he might have overrun this a bit. He may be able to hit the 3, but it looks like, well, he's going to have to kick this here. Oh, that nearly went in. That nearly went in. Very, very close right there. And, oh, well, let's see. Not sure if the 8 ball is sufficiently covering that 5 to prevent a direct shot. It might just be enough. So it was just enough. Apparently, Antonio Lining was lucky to get the 8-ball behind the 8-ball to block the cue ball just enough so that Albert Espinola did have a direct shot. And of course, Antonio Lining doing what he does best, and that is make you pay for any mistake you make on the table. So Irish Rebels asking here on YouTube if the 2022 Philippine 10-ball Open will be streamed, and yes, we have confirmed that it will be streamed live here at Sharks the Mecca of Pool. Now, regarding the schedule of the matches, of course, that will still be determined depending on availability and scheduling. So we will be sure to give updates as soon as that happens. So again, the Philippine 10-ball Open will take place from October the 24th to the 31st, 2022 here in the Philippines. So if you're in the US, then you may be between from what I recall, you should be like from 12 to 15 hours behind, depending on your location in the US. So that's something to check out. And if you're in Europe, of course the time difference will be somewhat less. And of course, while we're looking at this, we want to also thank Jean Nieves who is watching live from Ponce in Puerto Rico. And thank you so much for watching us live here, and we hope, Jean, you're enjoying this. And with that, Antonio Lining finally stops the 4-rack run of the one black Carabao himself, Albert Espinola. As you can see here, he got lucky there. I mean, that he was forced to do the swerve and he couldn't quite get it. And this was what Antonio Lining did. He basically took this rack apart and did a fantastic job as he stops the run here. Black Carabao. And coming up next, the man called Vice, the man of 1,000 monikers, will be up next to break.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And of course, this is our main event starting tomorrow evening. For those who are wondering, this is a 3-night event, a race to 75, similar format to the match here. We're currently having our main event. But this one will be a 2-on-2 tag team special. Panday, Jericho Banyares, and the Assassin James Lim will team up to take on the Cobra Jeffrey Ignacio and Efraim Cruz in a tag team exclusive here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. That starts tomorrow evening. So it's a race to 75, meaning that each day will be a race to 25, 50, and finally 75. So that's courtesy of Bugsy Promotions, Saksi, Hard Times Sports Bar, and of course the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So Antonio Lining will be up to break, and despite his inconsistent break, he's managed to stay ahead by taking advantage of the opportunities presented his way. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And it looks like, wow, that's a very good break right there. So as we can see here, Antonio Lining getting 2 balls down on the break, and he has, for the first time in a while, a very nice layout and open shot on the 1. And this might just be the rack that will give Antonio Lining, get him much closer to the hill. So, of course, to Irish Rebel, of course, we're glad that you're looking forward to the Philippine 10-Ball Open. So, again, we'll be broadcasting matches of this. Depending on availability, we'll be showing the schedules of the matches once we have finalized the schedules for this. So, for now, the registration is still ongoing. So, we have 1 week left for those who want to be a part of Philippine pool history. And of course, Jason Foster. Yes, you're right. Mr. Lining is indeed the man. And the tag team match that starts tomorrow, the 3-day 2-on-2 special, should be one for the ages here. And of course, Trish Durbin enjoying how Antonio Lining has been playing so solidly here. And of course, let's also not forget, congratulations to, of course, 2 of our players here, Jundel Jano Mazon for winning the championship at the first Mayor Albi Martinez 10-ball tournament over in Bacolod City, Negros Occidental. And of course, the finalist was again one of our other players here, one of our regulars here at Sharks, Johan the Bad Koi Chua. So basically 2 of our players finishing with the 1-2 finish. So Sharks, as we've proven here, is the Mecca of pool, and we have world champions proving it again. So as we can see here, for the first time in a while, Antonio Lining actually has a very nice break and run out. This is what happens when Antonio Lining's break is clicking, and it looks like he's finally found it, and he's hoping to continue this with his next turn. But since this is alternate break format, it'll be the Black Carabao, Albert Espinola, to break up next.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And of course, Antonio Vice Lining, one of tonight's competitors here in the main event, will take on Darren Dynamite Appleton here at Sharks the Mecca Pool. We'll have the schedule for this match as soon as we can. Again, this match being brought to you by Sharks in coordination with Bugsy Promotions. For more details, just look up Sharks 9-Ball on Facebook and YouTube, and you'll get to watch this world-class match for absolutely for free. Just keep it tuned here to the Mecca Pool. So, of course, a 69-58 lead. Antonio Lining re-establishing that double-digit lead with that nice break and run out.
Break.
And, of course, that break brought to you by Ropa Commercial. So it looks like a dry break, unfortunately, for the Black Carabao. And it looks like things are starting to turn more towards Lining's favor here, as he has an open shot on that one. And the balls are pretty well spread out here. Uh-oh. Not sure if that's enough. Looks like Antonio Lining will be forced to go rail first to get to this blue 2. Didn't quite pull enough here. And Antonio Lining put some distance between the cue ball and the 2, so he's basically challenging Albert to take on a very difficult shot. Albert so far was able to actually win 4 straight racks the last time, so it's not impossible for him to put something as well. He gets to the 2, and I think he might have given it away here. This looks like, I think we're looking at Antonio Lining may still be able to see the edge of that 2, which may be enough for him to get it into that corner pocket. The angle here looks a little deceiving, but it looks like he doesn't quite get the angle, so looks like he's going to take the jump shot, the jump cue out. And great kick. Wow, look at that control there. So he didn't see the 2 ball there, but fortunately, that was a nice use of the jump cue as he gets it off the cushion and stops the cue ball right at the bottom rail. And great defense there. Albert Espinola refusing to let Antonio Lining have it his way, so he is going to challenge him by forcing him to go the way of the kick. The way of the kick off one rail. Oh no, that was just not it. And Antonio Lining missing that. And that's going to be Albert's chance to catch up here and try and stop the momentum. So he'll get that 2 ball there. Now, Jason was asking, of course, regarding the tag team main event that will be running for the next 3 days starting tomorrow. We will be checking with our managers here whether this will be a Scotch doubles or alternate rack play. And for the meantime, taking advantage of that abbreviated rack is Albert Espinola. Albert's got it down to a 10 rack lead. And of course, we saw here, that was the foul that basically left the opportunity.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Cool Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, Francisco Django Bustamante, one of the legends of Philippine pool, squares off against Darren Dynamite Appleton, one of the stalwarts of England, as they will battle each other here at the Mecca of Pool. Sharks. Keep it tuned here for further updates. Again, this is being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and the Mecca of Pool. Sharks. So as we can see here, Albert Espinola taking advantage of the combination right there after picking ball in hand off the Antonio Lining foul, showing us exactly what he can do there. And he has continued to fight here, but Antonio Lining has a much shorter distance to get to the end of this match. So this is going to be quite an encounter here, and Antonio Lining up to break, hoping to get back on track. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And of course, we are looking here. Antonio Lining seems to have a good shot here on the one. So, while the cue ball is on the racking device here, which is a turtle rack, but so he just has to make that, and showing the focus there. Great shot. So very nice, and yes, we would have to agree, Trish, very nicely done on that combo. That is exactly what you wanted, what you'd want to see there. If there's a chance for Albert to catch up, then that would be the opportunity there. And Antonio Lining, great position play to the four, just getting a nice subtle draw to pull it back. And he'll just stun the ball here, most likely, for the 5. Looks like Antonio Lining has this rack in hand. But of course, stranger things have happened, as we have seen throughout the past 2.5 days of action. And of course, as we can see here, this is going to leave Antonio Lining just a bit of a stretch. But the angle to get to the 8 is pretty good from here. And this for Antonio Lining to get to just 4 racks from the hill and 5 for the match.
Winner, Lining.
And Antonio Lining pulls to 70, so he's the first guy to get to 70, and we are going to see if he can continue this strong run or if the Black Carabao can catch up. Coming up next, the Black Carabao will be up to break, and we shall see what he has planned here as he finds himself 11 racks down.
Warmest greetings to the organizers and participants of the Philippine 10 Ball Open. The local government of Quezon City recognizes the value of engaging the youth of our communities in sports, as this teaches them important life values such as discipline, teamwork, and dedication. We also appreciate billiards as an inclusive sport where age or gender are not barriers towards success. We hope that this initiative may encourage more Filipinos to train for billiards, that they may add to our prestigious roster of world-class athletes. It is therefore with great pride that I welcome you all to the Philippine 10 Ball Open. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Taiwan's own Fire Dragon Chang Junlin takes on the Philippines kingpin Seth Mokaibat. This blockbuster matchup is exclusively available only on Sharks, and we'll be sure to announce the schedule for this match as soon as it's made available. And of course, we appreciate the very supportive fans we have here over on YouTube and Facebook chats as they are watching this match. And we hope that you will continue supporting us here at the Mecca of Pool, because without you, this would also not be possible. So we hope that you're all enjoying this. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Over on the Facebook side of things, Mr. George Ong, good evening to you as well, sir. Great to see you watching this main event between Albert Espinola and Antonio Lining. So Albert is already up for his turn on the table. And looks like he can still see a bit of that one ball, although he's going to kick this off the rail just to be sure. So this is it's been an amazing battle of wills here. And Antonio Lining taking advantage there as he nails that long one ball down the rail. Beautiful job. So we can see here Antonio Lining showing us just how focused he is. As he tries to kick though. And looks like he might have left a bit of an opportunity here for Albert to come on in and get that one down, the two down in the same pocket where the one went. Looks like the three rather, may pass to the same pocket where he wants to get the four. So Albert's just making sure here. And he ends up on the opposite side of the four. And that was not what he wanted. He tried to keep it on the same side as where it was initially. So it looks like he might go for a bank here if he isn't going to play safe. He decides to play some defense. And great job. Good play there as he uses the 5 as the obstructing ball and also nestles the 4 ball close to the 8. And indeed Trish, he is playing very methodical. This is the hallmark of Antonio Lining's game, which is to play a methodical, very cerebral approach to the game. And he does have a cerebral approach to the game there. And that safety there, basically bringing Albert Espinola back to the table. And now the 4, looking good here. And this may be the opening that Albert needs to cut into that lead again and put himself in better position. But again, that's going to be a lot of work for him to do to catch up. As we can see here, this should be pretty much an elementary run, an elementary finish for Albert Espinola. Like we've said, stranger things have happened, And the players have occasionally missed on some rather straightforward shots, so it's not over till it goes in. And there we go. So the lead cut back down to 10 racks after that. As the Black Carabao showing his stuff here. Albert Espinola refusing to go quietly here, as he has fought well and is refusing to let the margin defeat him. Antonio Lining is up next to break, and we will be back with more action right after this.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And coming soon to Sharks, the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado of the Philippines squares off against the Fire Dragon, Chang Junlin of Taiwan. This is a battle of the Asia-Pacific superpowers of pool. Who will win this encounter? Well, you'll have to tune into Sharks to find out. So we'll be, of course, announcing the details of this as soon as we have the word from the higher-ups regarding this one. So we're just waiting for the official word, and we'll be sure to announce it once it's available. For the meantime, as we go here, of course, this has been a very, very high-stakes blockbuster match. Neither player really wanting to give in here. But of course, Antonio Lining has been the more cunning of the two in taking advantage of the few errors that have come up, of the few little mistakes here.
Break.
And that's why, even though his break has been somewhat inconsistent, he's actually held on to the lead for practically the entire match. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And the two, great, and he has an angle for the two to the corner pocket. And it looks like that'll also mean a possible setup for the three. And once he gets those balls out of the way, this rack should be closer to... This should be closer to what Antonio Lining hopes will be a victory for him. So there he goes. Great play there. And Antonio Lining taking charge here, as he's got great position on the 4. And he might just have this rack in hand if he continues the steady shooting. Wow, look at that. Look at the spin he just threw on that ball. Amazing. As he threw that solid spin right there. So we can see here. Now all Vice Lining has to do is just stay focused and make this. Oh, and just as I said that, it looks like Antonio Lining may have given that up there. He's 4 away from the hill, but that's not going to help his case. So Albert's got to do something here. And very nicely done there as he takes extra focused, extra time to make sure that the 8 will go, and he gets himself great position for the 9, and that's going to put him to within 9 of the leader. As Albert Espinola, yes, I think I might have jinxed him, I'll agree. Look at that. He just hit the broadside of that pocket, and my bad. Well, it happens, unfortunately. There's been a lot of wild stuff that has happened in this match from day one. But Albert Espinola will be up to break, and if this is a sign of anything, this match is far from over at this point. Of course, coming soon to Sharks, RoboCop Dennis Orcolio of the Philippines takes on the Fire Dragon Chang Junlin of Taiwan. The Money Game Kings of the Asia Pacific region will square off only here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. For updates. Meantime, we're continuing this match as, of course, we have here Albert Espinola and Antonio Lining still battling it out. Day 3, but Antonio Lining has quite an advantage here. He is just 4 racks away from the hill. Although Albert Espinola will be up to break. And can he make this the beginning of the comeback? Well, we'll be seeing this in just a second.
Break.
And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial.
Extension.
Great jump shot attempt there, but that's still going to leave Albert the opportunity to take this rack. So as we can see here, Albert refusing to go quietly, which actually shows that he does have a lot of fighting spirit. He's just been having difficulty finding some consistency. And as we see there, he missed on that opportunity. And as Mike S says, I hope that he's able to make a comeback and make this a closer match. I've seen him down as much as 15, so it might happen. And you're right, he has been down by as much as 15 racks, but the fact that he's been able to bring it down to single digits indicates that he has a lot of fight still within him. It's just that now, with Antonio leaning so close to the hill, that's going to be a lot more difficult. As the pressure to come back is much more intense at this point. Ling just 2 away from getting this done, and as Irish Rebel notes here, the extremely strong start by Lining really put Espinola under pressure immediately. I think he won the first 8 or 9 if memory serves correctly. Well, you are right that Lining did get off to a hot start, and that gave Antonio Lining the buffer that he currently enjoys, the cushion, which has given him so far the opportunity to stay ahead. Antonio Lining will be up next to break, and he is just 3 away from the hill, and we'll be right back.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw Jump Cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Caw Jump Cues and tips are now available at the Hard Time Sports Bar. So contact Mr. Jojo Sanchez at 0920-923-8752. So again, if you want to get your co-products, Q tips and jump cues, just contact Jojo Sanchez at 0920-923-8752, and you'll be able to pick them up at the Hard Times Sports Bar. Going back to our showdown from our second event from yesterday, congratulations to the Devil Boy Patrick Gonzalez for winning that 10-man ring challenge. So just for the reference for our reference here, the podium finish for yesterday was players 9, 10, and 4. So that's 9, 10, 4. So Patrick Gonzalez, player number 9, winning this showdown. And congratulations again to the Devil Boy for putting on a great show. And of course, over at YouTube, we want to say hello to Michael Turnipseed from YouTube. Hello from Atlanta, Georgia, from ATL. Well, great to see you here, and we hope you are enjoying this blockbuster match here, brought to you by Rumpa Commercial. Well, we are looking at this break here. Antonio Lining managing to get that 1 ball down, but the 2, well, I think he can still see it, but we're going to see what he plans to do here. So he decides that he's going to play safe and gets it right behind the 9. So gets it right behind there. So the 9 block and the 4 blocking the view of that 2. So great defensive play right there. So again, to Michael Terpseed over at Atlanta, Georgia, hello, and thanks for watching us here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. Oh, that didn't quite go as he planned it. That was actually a nice jump shot attempt. It's just that he left Antonio Lining the opportunity to get into nice position for the 3. Over at Facebook, Louis Perez says, pinilit maaga makauwi para makahabol sa laban. Shout out from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Hirap ng buhay pero laban lang, parang bilyar, no guts, no glory. Tama po tayo dyan. Tsaka salamat po, Louis, sa pagpapanood niyo po dito sa Sharks at dito po sa ating main event po na kung saan si Antonio Lining at si Albert Espinola po ang nakikipaglaban sa isang 3-day race to 75. And of course, we do have a significant Filipino population over in the Middle East. So to all our fans over in the Middle East, such as Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and all the United Arab Emirates, and all the other countries within the Gulf and Middle East region. Salamat po sa inyong pagtangkilik po dito sa Sharks. So, Mike S. over on YouTube says, pretty sure I've not ever seen the race to 75 before. Well then, we're glad to present to you a race to 75. So, the format works like this, Mike, just so we're clear. It's basically a 3-day event. So, each player will race to 25 on each of those days. So, on the first day, whichever player gets to 25 racks will close the day. And then on the second day, the first player to reach 50 racks will close the day. So the day's game will end after reaching 25 racks. So in this case, because this is the final day, we're already at 70. We're already at the end point here. So 75 is the target here. And Antonio Lining, this will get him to just 2 away from the hill. And what a great move there. Antonio Lining showing us very solid gameplay here. And with just 2 racks to go, Antonio Lining, look at this 2 here. Very well executed here. As one of our fans here mentioned, that confident stroke, the stroke that looks like it can take anything, it can make any shot, and that is what Antonio Lining brings to the table. That confidence. And coming up next, Albert Espinola. The window is closing in on him, but he's got a chance if he can do something here. And we'll be right back after this. So we'll continue with here at the Mecca of Pool, Sharks.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Co-Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
So, of course, our Top Guns winner for earlier today, the survivor from Antipolo, Rizal, Paulo Adamos. Congratulations, Paulo, for a fantastic performance from earlier today, winning the Top Guns event. And, of course, this event being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Times Sports Bar, and, of course, the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So, again, congratulations on winning our first ever event for today. So as we see here, and of course, just a quick reminder also to Mike S, we will have a 3-day race to 75 coming up tomorrow night, which will be this time a tag team match featuring a 2-on-2 with pros and amateurs pairing up on each team. So that's going to be something that we hope you will enjoy. So again, a 3-day race to 75. And up next to break will be Albert Espinola. And that break brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And looks like he gets a dry break as his break has started to falter somewhat. Antonio leaning though, looking for that one ball, but it's partially obstructed by the 7. And of course, Louis Perez says, bago ko pa pala makalimutan, shoutout na rin kay Antonio Lining, happy birthday Tito Nicoy. So, it's Antonio Lining's birthday today, I guess. So, happy birthday to our birthday celebrant who is looking to give himself a birthday present by winning this one-on-one encounter. 3-day one-on-one encounter. And Albert kicks that one there. He's hoping it gets safe. He's hoping it gets safe. And it's like Antonio Lining can still see a bit of that ball, so he'll kick it. And you see, did he get it out? It looks like it's out in the open. And he has the one ball that can go into that corner pocket. Just past the 7. Oh, no. Oh, and that's a foul, too. So not only did he not make the 1, but he also ends up giving up ball in hand by landing the cue ball into that corner pocket. And while Antonio Lining may not have the easiest layout here, this might be quite the birthday present here as he gives him another rack. And if Antonio Lining can win this rack, he will be at just 1 away from the hill. And that was just very sad there. Antonio Lining now sensing the opportunity. And, I think he might have gone slightly over this one. That looks like a slightly thinner cut than he wanted, but he can still negotiate this. And there you go. That is what Antonio Lining will give you. Great shot on the 3. Almost got way out of position. And he'll get the 4 up next. Antonio Lining looking good so far. He is just 2 racks away from the hill. 3 racks away from the match. And he's hoping to get there with this rack. Antonio Lining is now just 1 rack away from the hill and 2 racks away from ending this 3-day race to 75. The veteran showing his wily pool cue skills here as he's up next to break. And this, if he runs it and breaks it, will get him to the hill. We'll be right back.
Warmest greetings to the organizers and participants of the Philippine 10 Ball Open. The local government of Quezon City recognizes the value of engaging the youth of our communities in sports as this teaches them important life values such as discipline, teamwork, and dedication. We also appreciate billiards as an inclusive sport where age or gender are not barriers towards success. We hope that this initiative may encourage more Filipinos to train for billiards, that they may add to our prestigious roster of world-class athletes. It is therefore with great pride that I welcome you all to the Philippine 10-Ball Open. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
And of course, we'd like to congratulate the winner of the Showdown event, our second event from earlier today. That's Reynaldo Mendoza of Batangas. That's Ray. Congratulations to you, Ray, of course, for winning this event, which was held with partnership with the Mecca of Pool Sharks, Bugsy Promotions, and Hard Times Sports Bar. And for those, and of course, our podium finish is 3-5-6. That's 3-5-6. So Reynaldo Mendoza finishes at the top of the heap. Congratulations, Ray. And again, we hope you continue your strong play. So Antonio Nicoy Lining, just one rack away from the hill and two from the match. We'll see what he can do on this rack. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And looks like he has the 1-9 actually. This looks like he has a 1-9. Well, we can see that here at the top of the table here. And the angle looks just right. This will be to get to the hill. And we're done there, and we're at the hill. That's right. Antonio Lining is now at the hill, and just one more rack to put this away. And you'll see it here. Of course, the break was just excellent. He had a nice solid break. And of course, we'll take a look here. The break was very well executed. Managed to get a ball down at the corner. And of course, we'll see here the combination. We'll see here the two-way shot that up with the 9-ball. And the black Carabao from Antipolo still has a lot of racks to cover, but with just one rack to go, that's a ton of pressure on his shoulders. Can the black Carabao shoulder it, or will it be Nicoy Lining's night to celebrate? We'll be right back with what could be the final rack of tonight's match after this.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Hello, this is only the beginning of a great new adventure in Philippine pool. In paving the way to our filing of a bill to support our Philippine Billiards icon, especially the top of the list, Efren Bata Reyes. It is with great pride that we welcome you all to the first ever Philippine 10-Ball Open.
And of course, the 2022 Philippine 10-Ball Open, presented by Congressman Arnie Teves and the BMPAP, will take off from October 24 to 31, 2022 for an entrance fee of just 300 pesos. You can be one of the top 64 with a share of the prize pool worth 1.5 million pesos. This will be a double knockout tournament in the early stages, and when we get to the top 64, this will be single knockout with the eliminated player to pay for the game table. Registration is ongoing until October 16, 2022, and for inquiries, contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. Again, contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. And of course, Antonio Lining at the hill. Will this be the final rack? Well, the black Carabao still wants to keep it going. And while he's had the more consistent break, he needs it now more than ever. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Oh, I'm not sure he got what he wanted here. That break looked dry. And that sounds like the sound of resignation here, as Albert Espinola goes back to his chair, and Antonio Lining could very well wrap this up right here. But of course, as we've said, stranger things have happened, and we have to see what happens when we get to the 9 ball. It's 3 more to go. Last 2 balls for this match. This 9 to win the match. And your winner, the man they call a man of 1,000 monikers, Antonio Lining, beats Albert Espinola with a score of 75 to 61. As you can see here, Albert Espinola had the chance to do it on this break, but not only did he have a dry break, but he left a very makeable layout for the man called Antonio Lining. And a fantastic effort there from Antonio Lining, as we see here. What a fantastic job from the man they call Vice. And congratulations again to the native of Oriental, Mindoro. Fantastic effort as he caps off this race to 75 with a 14 rack margin of victory. So again, congratulations to Antonio Lining. And of course, no shame on Albert Espinola's shoulders. He did fight very well. He kept this match close for most of the match, but in the end, Antonio Lining proved too much down the stretch. And again, we'd like to thank all of you who are watching us here live on Sharks from all over the world. So until the next time, this, on behalf of my partner, Aris, the Professor Freeze Almario, this is Canon Dayreed saying so long. Have a great evening, and please stay safe. Have a great day, everyone. Take care.